How we doing? As you guys can see, my desk is still a bit of a mess from last week, but you know, we're gonna be moving on today. You know, hey Pat, hey Mad Dog, hey Kegel, hey Howie, how you doing? Let's see here. We have a little poll going up here on who hates losing an hour of sleep due to spring forward. Pretty much. You know, I'm pretty sure Mad Dog doesn't have to deal with this daylight savings crap. Let's see here. We're gonna let people trickle in a bit. We adjusted some brightness settings and everything, so I'll be able to show off the banana for scale a bit better today. The other thing that we do have, I got another present. This one is from Prusa. They sent over a shirt, so I figured I'm building a Prusa. Let's wear the Prusa shirt. Gergman, sleep is for wussies. Gergman, sleep is for wussies, and you are a wussy. Hey, you say that. So, oh, Bad Dog, I did not know that. So apparently, they have to deal with daylight savings as well. So, yay! Global phenomenon. All right, let's go ahead and end the poll here. Okay, so I did say we got the camera adjusted so you guys can see how the calibrated banana, you can actually see the individual squares and everything.
The calibrated banana helped us calibrate our camera.
So it has more use than just going through and measuring. Mad Dog, no, we are still working on getting the new studio set up. We've got some parts ordered, but we've got 3 desks set up. I still, the toolbox we ordered, it was damaged, so we're having to return that and get a replacement on that one. And we are working on getting some soundproofing for it.
That'll be a couple weeks until we get there, just in case anyone was wondering. It's not going to be next week either. It'll be a little bit longer.
Let's see here. Howie, you got to the bottom of your network issue. It was the Clipper Screen Network Manager. All right, there we go. So yeah, if you're having Wi-Fi issues with Clipper, you know, the network manager that comes with Clipper Screen apparently causes an issue. But we also, speaking of Howie, he has sent us another package. So let's see what we have here. Let's see. Howie, you did a really good job of taping. This is actually some really good tape. It's not that weak stuff that you can just break through. It's actually got some strength to it. Uh-oh. Let's see here. Oh, that is awesome. Okay. So we have some little clip boxes. And let's open one up. Yep, so nice little use for anything box. That would actually make a really good glasses case. But Howie is actually gone. He's used one of those plates that has the holographic. Yeah, we'll show you on this one. That has kind of that holographic texture on it. But then he actually has put my name into the lid of the box. So we got 2 of those. Howie, these are cool. You know, he's got some, unlike me, he's got some pretty dialed in print settings. Those layers are looking nice. And oh no. Oh, we have a flexi penguin. All right, Howie, I'm gonna need you to send me the model for this. This looks like it'd be a great test print for calibrations and everything for the printers. Again, bottom layer is amazing. We're gonna put that right up there at the front of the desk. Well, Howie, these are really appreciated. I love the boxes, and that Flexi Penguin's amazing. We're gonna put these aside. Let's see here. So yeah, but yeah, so I guess with that, we'll get into where we left off last week. Which with that, we left off on our little back panel here. So I've already gone through and pulled aside our back panel. So for this step, it says we need the back panel. We need the grommets. How you doing, Kenneth? Welcome in. And then we need 2 of these torque screws. Or yeah, I believe these are the torques. Yep. Okay. So with this, they're giving you a very clear, hey, keep an eye out. There are 2 cutouts right in the side here. They're saying make sure that that is to the left-hand side as you're going through the manual. And then we need to get the ceiling plug, which the ceiling plug is going to go in this hole in the center. I do apologize about that. I think I just hit the mic with the back panel. And then we just need a circular grommet. Let's see here. Mad Dog, I have not actually heard from RJ, but I have seen him typing in Discord. So I don't know how he's doing, but he is at least able to type in Discord, so. I will take good news wherever it can come. So our next one, there's a little grommet hole right up here. We have to stick a grommet in. All right, grommet is in. And then we need a large grommet apparently for one of these side holes, and it specifically calls out top hole, do not put it in the bottom hole. Let's see here. All right, Howie, that is really good to know. So Mad Dog, that's how he's apparently talked to him, and he's back home, so it's always good to hear. That's Okay, we're gonna go to the other side. Yeah. I don't know if RJ is gonna be streaming tomorrow, but if he is, you know, let's all try to go support him in his stream. Let's see. So we've got the grommets in. The next thing is telling us to do is to take our power supply. James, can we get overhead? And then they told us not to tighten these side ones down because they're actually going to slot in, apparently, on the side here. And then we slot it down. Let's see here. It's just saying to slot them down. It's not saying to tighten or anything. We're going to leave those loose. Okay, now it's telling us to get them, hold this down, and then tighten the screws the rest of the way. But yeah, no, we are working on a new studio. We've got 3 new desks in there for it at this time. We're actually going to be retiring this desk, and that is actually going to become James's desk because that way he gets a lot of room for his stuff. But we are actually going to have some room in this new studio. It's not going to be like, hey, I put my hand and I can all of a sudden touch the wall across the way. So
that's only a slight exaggeration.
Okay. So we're going to take our little buddy board thing here. And then this one, again, they had it so that we didn't tighten these side screws all the way. So it's going to have us do the same thing. There are 2 more keyholes on the side. We're just going to slide that in and down. I have a feeling it's going to have us do the same thing. Yep. So in and down, and then we're going to tighten. Let's see here. Caleb, how you doing? So far, the difficulty of this build out of 10, well, it's only my second build. Well, third build if you count the ender. And I will say it's nowhere near the difficulty of the Voron so far. But it is a bit harder than an ender because honestly, the ender is literally just take it out, put some screws in, and you're done. It's pretty much assembled out of the box. But it's actually been a fairly easy build so far, Caleb. You're giving James is saying 4 out of 10. That sounds a pretty good rating. But I will say, so far this documentation has been amazing. You know, they sit here and highlight exactly what you need to do and everything. So, like for instance here, they show you, hey, you need to put 2 of these screws in, and those 2 screws are going to sit here and be located in these 2 places. So now I gotta find what I did with the Torx driver. It's the one downside to having this small area. I don't have much room to work in. And so things start to pile up on top of each other.
To be fair, though, he says small. While the room may be small, that desk is fairly large.
It is a pretty large desk. Probably 1 meter by about 2 1/3 meters. So, Caleb, if you don't have another printer, I would highly recommend going with something like a Prusa or a Centauri Carbon or something. Get yourself a working printer first, because otherwise you run into the issues like I had, where it's, oh, you know, I bought the functional printed parts thinking I'm going to have everything I need to get functional. Well, you don't quite have you have everything you need to get functional for PLA, but not much else. So, you know, having a reliable printer that you can fall back on is something I would recommend before starting a Voron. All right, so you've got a K3V2 and 2 KXs on. So yeah, so you'll have a reliable printer. The Voron, the 2.4 has been a very fun build so far, especially if you like to tinker and mess around with things. But I will say, the Prusa so far has been just as fun to build, and it's been a lot easier to understand, because even though LDO has like, hey, we've got all these boxes and everything, they're still using Voron's manual, so it's not tailored to them. So they can't tell you, hey, go find this stepper motor in electronics box 1. It's up to you to know where those go. Hey, Bearded Jake, welcome on in. Yeah. Drivers off to the side over there, and it's like, and of course it was the one driver that I needed. So we've got our 2 screws in. So let's see what our next step is. I think it's gonna have us grab some more hardware. It is. Okay, so I need to find the printed parts box. Printed parts box. And where is this cover? So many printed parts that I didn't print myself. That looks like our cover piece. That is indeed our cover piece. I will say, the print quality on these does look really good. There are, I don't know if this will show up on camera. I am seeing a few, yeah, it's not really showing up on camera. I'm seeing a few VFAs along the long part, but it's really like, this is some very harsh lighting, so it's kind of a worst case scenario for printed parts. But other than that, like, the holes look nice and clean. The top surfaces look nice. Let's put our printed parts box to the side, or in this case, below me. Let's see here. We need some square nuts, which, oh, that's an interesting one. Usually they tell you right where they are, but this one is not telling me that. So it's not in fastener 2 of 3. Is it in fastener 1 of 3? M3N nut. M3N S nut. That's what we need. So it is in fastener kit 1 of 3. M3NS nuts. Okay, so we have those, and they do, if you like Caleb, if you decide to build these, ooh, there we go. They actually write what they are on the back of each packaging. So while it may not be like a parts order tray like you get with a Seaboard kit, it's still very clearly labeled. So Caleb, I will say, from what I understand of Index, the plug and play plug and play version of Index will be for the Prusas. For like the Vorons and all that, it is going to be community mods, but of course, that's also some of the fun, finding the mod that works for you. Okay, so what are these last ones? M3 by 10R Torx. Now, did we pull one of those out already? M3 by 12? No. So let's see where these M3 by 10R Torx are. That is M3 by 10, but we need M3 by 10 RT. Okay, is it in the other bag? M3 by 10 RT. Good. That's also a nice convenient thing, is they do sit here and mark on the bigger bag what all is inside of it. So instead of having to dig through all of the little packages that are in it, you can just look, as long as you keep them organized and put them back when you're done, you can sit here and look on the outside of the big package and find out which one you need. And of course, it was the last bag in there.
Mike, I'm glad you said something. I was actually very fearful. I'm glad you're here, though. And that's not sarcasm, I promise.
Oh, and Mike is here. So Mike, there's your hair tie today. Yellow and purple today. Let's see here. So let's grab this. Okay. And then we need 6 30-second power terminal screws. That's different. We have gone Imperial. Power terminal screws. There we go. Power terminal screws, so we have those. So that is all of our pieces for there. One from every bag. Okay. So what it's going to have us do is we're going to take cables and run them from our power supply over to our buddy board. Let's see here. So we're going to get our power terminal screws out here. All right, just sliding these things out. And I'm going to go with our farther one. Okay, so the first red power terminal is going to go into the heater bed in. We're going to tighten these down. And then so it says connect the one to the one, connect the black PS2 of the same pair to the second one. So, yep, that does make sense. Hey, one cable for the heater bed.
Mike, I'm afraid to ask, what types of projects are you printing for your friend?
That does scare me, Mike. Greenbeard, how you doing? Welcome on in. Okay, now we have our buddy board expansion card that has this pigtail that came off of it. And that is actually going to go on this. They specifically mention to make sure that the buddy board expansion card is on top of the L-shaped connector as you put it in. So it's going to go screw, buddy connector, and then your terminal from the power supply with the L with the 90 going towards the board. So we're just going to tighten this down. Let's see here.
Yes, Howie stole the words right out of my mouth. The kind that requires ID. Got it.
Aha. Yeah, we're not going to mention that kind out loud because YouTube likes to do YouTube things. Okay. So they're also saying to guide this carefully between the fuses. Now, I think that their pictures on the site are a bit different because these don't have like those automotive fuses. They actually have, it looks like the ceramic type fuses, but they are 5, 10, and 5 amp. Okay. So the blue one is... Okay, so it's saying connect the second black screw, but there is a screw hole down here. So they're saying make sure you don't cover up that screw hole with the terminal cable, because that's going to be needed for something later on, and you don't want to have to go fishing around for that stuff. Okay. I'm just gonna get this in like so, and then I will sit here. Magnetic tips, they're wonderful at some times and terrible at others. And I will sit here and see if I can show you guys that hole that they're specifically mentioning to make sure you don't cover. So yeah.
And just like me, great at sometimes, terrible at others.
I don't know if we'll be able to see this, but right here, there is actually a screw hole that you need to make sure that, yeah, right there, that black terminal does not cover up. Okay, so we've got that in. And then the next thing it's saying to do is to take the black and white cable, which they call the power panic cable, and they just have it kind of over the top here and then kind of bundled up, and then it plugs into the connector right down here. I'm going to get that plugged in, and then kind of get it semi-cable managed. Doesn't really want to do anything right now until we start zip tying things in. So the next thing it's saying is arrange it as so. So we want to make sure there are 2 holes here, one by the PSU and another one on the buddy board, just like the one that was by the black terminal cable. That they want to make sure that those are nice and clean and clear. YouTube loves replacement parts, and you always panic whenever you plug something in. It can be nerve-wracking, Mike. It can definitely be nerve-wracking. So we have our little printed part, and it wants us to grab these little square nuts, and they are going to go into each side of our printed part. There's apparently a slot right in the side for each of those, so let's see how well this does, or how easy this is. This is not that easy. They put it right there by the slope, so if you have big fingers, this is not fun. Okay. Let me grab a small hex driver. Nope, that's not working either. I need to go a bit bigger in size. Let's see. I'm trying to get better at talking while I'm doing this stuff. So, okay, it looks like if you don't get these things dead on, the tolerances on this are pretty tight. There we go. We got one in. Let's see here. Yeah, Caleb, large fingers require tools. That is a definite. Especially when it's in areas like this where you can't really get your fingers in there because the rest of the printed part is right there in the way. All right, there we go. So we got both of our square nuts in there, and you can see it's this little sloped bit that makes it a bit harder to get your fingers in where these little square nuts are. Okay. Let's say make sure the holes are aligned. And then this is actually going to go and hold down our cables. Let's see here. Then it's secure the cover with the M3 by 10R Torx. I would say, Mike, now that I think about it, Mike, don't you plug cables in every single day for work? It sounds like you're always, if you do, it sounds like you're always in this constant state of panic attack.
Okay, but like, who isn't though?
Fair. Okay, so now the funny thing is we just spent all that time getting those square nuts in, but we're actually not screwing into those square nuts for this. That one's a bit large. That is the 2.5. So let me see if I can find my 2 mil.
I mean, it's definitely my goal for him to have the bed in before bed. We'll see how it goes, though.
Yeah. My kingdom for a magnetic hex head. Let's see here. Down Under, how you doing this morning? Let's see here. You just manufacture the cable? Oh, so Mike, they don't have you do quality checks on your cables?
They pay someone else to do that.
All right, that one's in nice and good. Yeah, Down Under Maker, losing screws in the electronics bay could end up giving a very nasty surprise, which I have not shown off today's. We're just doing the Baja Citrus, which is their orange.
Don't worry though, he's lost a lot of screws already.
I haven't lost the screws, they're just loose. I've had a few screws loose for years. My mind, on the other hand, I lost that a long time ago. If anybody finds it, please return it. It is missed. Okay. So we need the printed part box again. Actually, no, this is electronics and chamber parts box. There we go. This one right here. So we need our fan grill. We need our chamber thermistor, which is found in the electronics and chamber package box, which I think is this one right here, because this definitely looks like it. Mad Dog, it is purple and yellow today. Yep, so there's our chamber thermistor. Bearded Jake, having the mine back would be helpful every so often. I won't say it'll be helpful all the time, but every so often I'd like it back. You know, I don't want to do the orange cat thing and share the brain cell. Let's see here. Caleb, you want your marbles? Oh, that... Okay. Has everyone here seen the movie Hook?
ADHD detour time.
Yep. ADHD detour time, but yeah. Has anyone here seen the movie Hook? Let's see. Well, I'm waiting for you guys to respond to that. I'm going to look. We need to get the 2 fans. Got our 2 nice beefy fans here. So yeah, Caleb, when you saying you've lost your marbles, it's just reminding me of the scene where, you know, the lost boy who actually came back with Peter and everything, always talking about losing his marbles, and then they get back to Neverland, and he literally did lose his marbles. Yep, we are squirreling Down Under. But I'm trying to keep it on track while we're squirreling.
Maybe we should have been called squirrel makers instead of penguin makers. Might have made a little bit more sense for the ADHD part. Penguins are cooler though.
I don't have ADHD. I have ADOS.
Same but different.
Better. Attention deficit. Ooh, shiny. Speaking. Ooh, shiny. We found our M3x30s. Okay. Let me go ahead and put our square nuts back where they belong. So that way when I go to look for them later, I know right where they are. So they go back in this bag. Our terminal screws, I believe, go in bag 3. Yep. We're just kind of trying to clean up as we go, so that way when it tells me, hey, look in this bag for these things, I know exactly where they are. Because I still have these things that I left out from last stream that I didn't put back. So now I gotta find what bag they actually go in. Let's see here, M3 by 6. Nope, that's M3 by 6R, M3 by 6. All right, that's good enough for now. Got some space cleared off here. Okay, so we've got all of our screws and everything.
Got the space cleared off for the next, I don't know, 2 minutes?
Yeah. Bearded, believe it or not, I'm actually one that it has been diagnosed on, so. Ooh, that is not printed. That is laser cut. That looks like it's laser cut acrylic. Ooh. Yeah. It's very shiny. But I will say something that this is actually quite clever what they did, where they actually kind of have you weave it in to this to hold it in place. Now just be very, very careful as you do this, because you don't want to break your thermistor wires as you're doing this, because then you get a bad day. Okay. So we've got that kind of in there. I say it for so Mike, your orange cat has lost the brain cell. Let's see here. Down under. You toyed with your platypus assemblies. Yeah, but this is Down Under Maker. He's got to have something in there about a drop bear. So it'd only be right with a drop bear. Okay, so we have that going through, and like I said, it's actually, I think it's quite clever. Let me stand up so I can show this to you guys, where they weave it through here, and then this is going over your exhaust fan, so as the air is coming out, it's actually seeing what the temperature is of the air that's being pulled out to give you your chamber temperature.
You know, I keep looking for a platypus in a fedora. I don't think I've ever seen one, as much as I keep looking. Very upsetting, actually.
Oh, James wants a Perry.
Who doesn't want one a Perry? Come on, Perry's the best animal.
Oh, God. ZBD. Oh, that's... I know there's a lot of Lego fans in here, and that's bringing back Lego memories of just, hey, everything's in one bag, and then good luck finding it. So I will say that was fun. Those were some fun days of Lego.
It was fun for the first, I don't know, 5 steps? But not after that.
Nah, that's when you actually had to sit here and use some critical thinking and sorting. Nowadays, I'll leave this bag until you're done with this these sets of steps. But yeah, like Down Under Maker said, it just makes it boring because you're not having to do the treasure hunt anymore.
Okay, so you say new Lego is boring, right? But did anyone see Jared Week Everything's video from like yesterday where he was playing with the new smart Lego thing that was so cool?
Hey LTX Design, how you doing? I'm trying to get better at this, keeping an eye on chat and reading, so, you know, let me know how I'm doing, guys.
Also, it kind of depends on what you're in, to the Lego hobby for, because sometimes it's more of just, hey, I want to sit back and relax and have something to do, rather than it is about the critical thinking part of it, Like when I build Lego, it's to give my brain something to think on. Well, not really think on, just to do idly, I mean.
I agree with Greenbeard. The rattling sound was part of the building experience.
You can still get that with modern Lego, though.
It's not the same. Okay, so we just zip tied the thermistor on there, so that way it gives a bit of strain relief. And they do call out, if your thermistor is on this side, your zip tie should be on the other side. So if anybody is following along building with me, I don't know why, but if you are, make sure that.
But Penguin, did you see that smart Lego brick thing I was talking about?
See his video, but I've seen the smart Lego coming out. It's kind of been around for a while though, because they started it with the Super Mario sets.
See, but I don't know if you saw, but it's a Star Wars set, by the way.
There's ones. Okay. We're gonna, now we have to flip this thing over, and it's saying to make sure that the fan grills are toward you as you're going. And then we're gonna take our two fans, and I guess they're just saying line them up.
No, it's not worth the cost of it. But it is really darn cool, though.
Okay, so with this, you have these little notches that are on the fans. The one to the left, the notch is towards this side. The one on the right, the notch actually points that way. But they are saying make sure both cables are coming up here through the middle.
Yeah, I'm not justifying the price of the smart brick or that I would even buy one. I just like the idea and think it looks really cool.
So what you're saying, James, is I've got your Christmas present already picked out because I'm going to get you smart bricks? Okay. So then it's saying, once we get this in, place the fan grid on top of it. Align the grid with the fan holes and then put in the 4 screws. Well, it's kind of hard to align the grid with the fan holes until the screws are in, so we're just going to kind of leave it there and use our first screw to actually align everything.
I think my favorite thing about the smart brick is that it has a synthesizer in the brick, so there's no software updates needed for when new sets come out. It just works. Like, it knows how to make the sound because it has the synthesizer. That, I think, is the coolest technical part of the brick. Again, I'm not justifying the cost.
I find it funny because, I remember back in the late 80s, early 90s, you had the Technic motors and all that. And believe it or not, they had things in those Technic kits that had like piezo transducers. So you actually had all that sound functionality. Let's see here. Bearded Jake, you have Lego in your garage that you've won but haven't assembled yet. might not bother because the Technic is actually a very fun set to build. I've got quite a few sets. Those that have been hanging around with me as I've been chatting have kind of seen those Lego updates. I've got an entire shelf filled with Lego sets that just need to be built. If you're not in there, if you actually go to Down Under Makers Discord, there's actually a picture of my to be built Legos in his Lego channel. So, and if for those of you that are here that haven't already, do hit that like and subscribe button, but also, Down Under Maker sits here and does some amazing streams as well. After the stream, hit up to his channel and then go and give him a like and subscribe.
Caleb, that's a pretty good idea as to how it might work. But again, it's the fact that it has the synthesizer built into it, so it can do any sound without needing to be told how to make the sound is really cool.
Okay, so that is our last screw. I'm just going through and giving this a little bit of torque, or as the community has come to call it, ugga-duggas. Thank you, Steve Builds. Just making sure, yep, that is nice. We're not getting any movement out of them. It's actually kind of interesting. They only use 2 out of the 4 mounting spots for them, but they are on the diagonal, so that does make them pretty stable. Okay, we have to find some upright pieces, which that is in Metal Parts 103, which is down here. So bear with me real quick. I'm going below the table. It's not that box or that piece. That's for the door, it looks like. We gotta unbury them. They're on the bottom. Okay, we need, it looks like, the uprights that do not have any cutouts on them. So let me double check and make sure here. That 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 1, 2, 1. Yep, that is one, and that is the other. So we've got those two. Ugh. Let's see here. Those screws are one ugga, no duggas. All right, yeah. Going through here, the smart brick itself contains the program to parse the sensor data, and the NFC tag contains, yep. Man, like I said, they actually started it with the Mario kits where, Mario got close enough to like the coin block and you would hear the ding, 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 ding. Okay. It's saying take the 2 longer ones. The longer ones differ by not having the cutouts. Good. So our next thing is we need the nylon rivets. Where are the nylon rivets? Must find nylon rivets. Okay, let's just dump this out and we'll put them back as we eliminate them. So now that, well, let's see here. M3x4R. Is that in here? Oh no, M3x4RT. So that's not in here, so we don't need to look for that one. Okay. Watch, it's going to be like, it is going to be the last one that I find. Either that. Rivets, there we go. Next to last one. Okay.
So yeah, Caleb, I'm just going off of the teardown that Jerry Rig Everything did yesterday.
Out.
And in the teardown, the way he explained it is there's a actual synthesizer inside the smart brick. The NFC tags and all the smart place stuff doesn't actually have any sound data inside of them. All that they have is the data to tell the synthesizer, basically, for lack of a better term, what notes to play.
Mike, you always give the best advice on how to make sure things are tight and how to make sure your screws don't back out.
But the reason that I think it's really cool is because, like I said, it means that you never have to update the brick because it has the ability to make any sound, period. Like any sound that thing has the potential to make, it just needs to know, it needs to have an idea of what to do to make that sound, but it can just make that sound.
Okay, we've got our self-tapping screws. Okay, we actually kind of need to move our back panel aside. And grab our base piece back. So, for those that haven't seen these, on these, there are two different ends. One has a tab on it, has tabs on both sides. The other doesn't. This is specifically saying, hey, make sure you put this with the non-tab side down. Let's see here. Align the holes and use the M4x3Rs or M3x4RTs. Get that in there. Okay, we're going to get the next one in. Let me see here.
But the other thing that means, with it having a synthesizer built into it, it means that someone is going to reverse engineer exactly, what each NFC tag does and explain or figure out how to make an NFC chip that does and synthesizes whatever words you want. That you can, because you can just buy NFC tags, obviously, and put whatever you want on them. Because theoretically, the brick has enough synthesizing horsepower in it to synthesize words even. So if you have someone who can reverse engineer exactly how that works, you can have the smart brick just talk to you.
Okay, so then we need to do the second rear one. I'm waiting for someone to take that NFC technology and just sit here and be like, hey, look, I've integrated this into Home Assistant.
Theoretically, you could, Mike.
Get it integrated into Home Assistant, have it so that whenever someone opens the door, it just curses at them. Oh God, play a trick on somebody that has one of those doorbells that they use an NFC tag for to open up their door, and just hide the smart brick by them. So every time they sit here and go to put their card in, it just starts cursing at them. Okay, so now that we have to take our back piece And that kind of just slides up there. I know you guys can't see me right now. Let me see if I can. There we go. So the next thing it's going to have us do, stay. Where?
Yeah, I have a couple of those NFC tags that are connected to Home Assistant around my house. I just tap my phone against the tag and it does the thing. The other thing you could do is if you have a NFC reader that connects to Home Assistant, such as the Unified doorbells, you can just have, an NFC tag that you scan on that, which triggers a webhook into Home Assistant to do anything you want.
And the big thing with the facial recognition, you can use the kind of AI that I know Ubiquiti has that AI processor, but with Home Assistant, I would probably get your own little standalone server. That way you can process all of the facial recognition locally on site instead of using some cloud service or something like that. Okay, so we're just putting in the rip. Gives us exactly where each of these goes. Now they are saying do not, there is a screw down in the bottom that we have to screw in, and it's saying do not use excessive force when tightening that screw.
And Caleb, I only know because I've done it a couple times for my own Home Assistant stuff.
Yeah, Caleb, when it comes to things like Home Assistant and Linux, we sit here and do way too much. Wait, RJ, how you doing? I heard you're feeling a bit better. My thing that I'm excited for with Home Assistant is they just added the new feature where you can they've actually integrated now without having to do custom workarounds, custom wake words. So I'm so looking forward to making it so I can just yell at my custom smart speaker and do the Star Trek thing and say, computer, turn on lights.
See, that's cool and all, but they already had my wake word that I cared about in there because, Jarvis is the only correct answer. And if you want something else, you're wrong.
Can you tell he's a Marvel fan?
What? Me? No.
Okay, so we have 1, 2, 3, 4 on that side. 1, 2, 3, 4 on that side. 3 on the bottom. Now it's showing a screw. Oh, those are the self-tappers that we need to do. Let me get these extra rivets that fell out back in the package, because we're going to be needing those. Raj, how you doing? I cannot do that, Dave. Daisy, Daisy. Hmm? Okay, so I'm gonna grab our 2 mil because it looks like, yep, that's what this uses. And we have a single screw that goes in the back on the bottom. So it's giving us a warning that you don't want to use too much force on this. I'm gonna have to get it saying I'm gonna have to get a 2mm drill bit and drill that out, because they are saying to do that. If it's not going in all the way, drill it out with a 2mm drill bit. If not, just leave it kind of loose or in there but tight. So for right now, we're gonna leave it in there but tight.
Not necessarily, it doesn't have custom responses with wake words, but what you can do is you can make it so when you say a certain phrase, it responds with another certain phrase. So if you want to say something that you don't think it should do, you can have it respond with that phrase.
Okay. So next we need to find the stepper splitter. It's right here. And the stepper splitter cable, which is in this box here. Is that the buddy stepper splitter cable? Yes. So then our buddy stepper splitter cable. Okay, it's telling us to be careful. We're going to turn this thing on its back. Now we're going to rotate. I don't really have a good way at this point to show you guys me working underneath this one. Hopefully when we get to the new studio, I'll be able to get more cameras to show everything. Okay, and this is showing to take these, and we are going to feed them up through the zip ties that we have not tightened yet. And then the buddy stepper cable, it looks like. Let's see here. Guide the stepper splitter cable through all 3 zip ties and our 1 motor. So we're going to guide the buddy stepper through those zip ties that they had us put in earlier. Okay.
You know, Mad Dog, I don't think I am. I think it's going to have to come out of my own pocket. Especially since I have an electric vehicle.
Yeah, it doesn't cost them any gas to get out to my house.
It doesn't cost me any gas, but it does cost me fuel.
Down under, you said double check the plugs so the steppers are pinned the same before you do this. You had to help a guy a while back where a plug was misprinted. If we go through here, our order is black, green, red, blue, black, green, red, blue, and black, green, red, blue. So they're all pinned the same. Down under. Okay. So then apparently our buddy stepper goes into the, so if you look here, our buddy stepper goes into the top one, the extension cable. Our Z right goes here, our Z left goes here, and our other Z left goes on the top one. So get our little helping things. So that's our Z right, which is going to go on the bottom one. This is our buddy extension cable, which is going to go on the top one. And then it looks like this Z left is going to go on the top one. This, I don't know if it matters too much. This Z left is going to go into the bottom one. All right, so those are in. And then we had those rivets that we put in before. And we just kind of flip this upside down now. Line up our holes. And press it in. Ah, mispinned. Yeah, so down under, thanks for pointing that out. But yeah, they are all pinned in the same order for each stepper. Okay, so now we need our LCD cable, which is this cable right here. If you have trouble finding it, look for the big giant red connectors. And of course, the big gray ribbon cable that reminds me of the old hard drive and floppy drive cables. And then we need the main FE cable. Let's see here, that's heat bed. Main FE cable is in this wonderful bag. So, and this one apparently is jumpered to everything. So I have a feeling it is this one, because this is the only one with multiple leads on it.
I also decided to change out the music for today. How's everyone liking the EDM?
Raj, I'm jealous. I'd love to meet Steve Builds. Actually, I'd love to go to Smurf, but that is not in the cards for us yet. Okay, so we have our ribbon cable and our main FE cable. Trying to figure out what FE is going to be for. All right, so this...
You know what, Mike? If you can find me some royalty-free ska music, we can have that. But you got to find it for me.
So we've got that. It's telling us to feed the buddy cable extension up through the... There's a little... I don't know if you got... Yeah, it's behind the power board, but there's a little oval cutout that we need to feed the cable up through. And they're saying take the LCD cable, feed one end into that little cutout, and the other one up through. Now it's showing there is a sticker on one side. Let's see here. So the one with the sticker on the side, it looks like we feed that through the grommet or through the opening. That's going to attach to our electronics board. And then the rest of this is going to get fed up through those zip ties. Here. Yep, all 3 zip ties. We're going to feed it up through. Okay. What was that, James?
That's for the LCD.
It is. Yes, James. The LCD cable is for the LCD.
Okay, do you think I listen to you as we're doing this? I got far more important things to do than listen to what you have to say.
Okay, so then that's going to feed up through our square hole there.
Chat, he's making fun of me.
Okay, so now it's telling us to lay this out in a specific way. So we have looks like the longer end that goes over here, and 2, 3, 4, 5. Let's see here. You tried the printer on Bike Warfare.
You know what? Maybe I will do that. Maybe we'll just keep him muted. Here we go, right? Oh, I've already done that.
Green.
No one knows what you just said because you're muted. Have fun. Still can't hear you. Hey, okay, fine. You can have it back.
Okay, prepare connector number 3, which was this one in our line. And that is going to go onto, okay, we've got a little spade sticking out here.
All right, listen, RJ, I know you just got home from the hospital, but still, that doesn't mean you can come at me like that. Come on, man.
Okay.
Good luck taking my mic. I'm the one with the controls.
Yeah, the only controls I have is I can mute my own mic.
And I get to control the controls he has, so I can take that away from him too.
Okay, so 2 is going to come up into this little grommet that they have in here. Let's see here. 1. Let's see here. Havoc, how you doing? Havoc, you missed everything. We discovered the secret to the life, the universe, and everything. And it was revealed. But now it is lost to time forever.
It's not lost. 42 still exists.
No, that's the ultimate answer. We found out what the question was. Okay, and so this is going to come up through our little hole here. That is now telling us to cut those off, but I'm kind of hesitant on cutting those off because I don't know. I guess if we need them, we can always put more back in. So let's. Okay, so just tightening up some zip ties here. Okay. Zip tie number 2. And zip tie number 3. Gonna get our flush cuts and get these things cut off here. Let's see, cut 1, let me check.
Now that is the true answer to everything.
42 is the point where the n+1 rule. I don't think it gets kicked out down under Maker. I think that's the point where you start disguising them as other things. No, honey, this is not a 3D printer. It's a flower pot.
And then someone gets a Giga and it becomes, hey, it's not a printer, it's a lawnmower.
This is our new coffee table, honey. Okay, so 4 and 5 get pushed through this grommet. There's a lot going up through this grommet.
Only issue is if she tries to put the dog in said heated doghouse, it might not end well.
Yeah, if you put a dog inside one of those, I think it's going to be... Does anybody else smell... Why does it smell like chicken? Or would be steak. I've never thought about what a dog cooking would smell like.
And I don't want to think about it.
Oh God. What's for dinner, Fido? Nah, I just thought of it. The Orange Storm Giga is the new cat bed. They like heat. Okay, just snipping off the excess of these. Okay. And hey, we now get to tilt this back down. Let's go ahead and tilt it back down. I don't know if it, yeah, this grommet right here, that is where everything, they were like, hey, push everything up through this hole. Okay, so the next we need M3W washers and M3x6 screws. Well, it's not in bag 3 of 3. M3W washers is in bag 1. Are the M3x6s in here as well? They are, so here's our M3x6. Let's see here. You had an old coworker from Vietnam that told me how much dog was in Vietnam because his extended family was still there. It was more than beef at the time, and it tasted like bland chicken. So Fido isn't very flavorful. All right. Mad Dog. Yeah, you're lucky if the Orange Storm Giga heats. Okay. Let's see here. John Doe, how you doing? Okay, so I need to find... We're gonna turn this and see if... No. Oh, this is gonna be fun. Okay. So we need to grab... this one that is pigtailed, and that is what's going to be screwing into our connection point on here. I have the strangest feeling that this is our grounding wire. Okay, so it's saying, you know, make sure you want the screw, the washer, and then the connector. And then this is going to be the fun part. Exactly what I thought might happen. Doing this on stream makes this ever so much more difficult. Okay. So this screws into that hole that we left earlier on the board. So we've got that. And it's saying the next thing is we're going to take our stepper splitter and the FE cable. Looks like it's going Are these feeding through the zip ties? We don't have the zip ties clinched yet, so they're going to be feeding through those. So the stepper buddy comes and feeds around and goes, looks like on our main board next to the connector we already have in there. And then the FE cable is going to go through one of our grommets right in here and just kind of hang out for now. Yeah, the big fingers are getting things done. Yes, it was the right one. So if you look on the little picture, we already have one plugged into this first connector. So the second connector is where that stepper extension goes in.
Just threw up a new poll. Let me see what you guys think.
Let's see here. Arrange the cables as shown, routing them along the side of the buddy box. We've got them kind of routed the best we can right now. Then it's saying place the LCD cable over the others. Where? That's where it's going to get plugged in. Okay. When you get try to get our LCD cable plugged in, making sure not to bend those pins. This is showing it going in like so. There we go. This is where the fun part comes, because we have this little helper cable that we also need to get the shutoff cable underneath. This cable. Comes in behind. Ugh. Okay, I'm trying not to go silent as I'm doing this. I know I'm not succeeding, but I'm trying. Okay. So we've got the one cable in. Let's see here. So all we're doing is tightening that one cable. The other three that are up there, we apparently don't tighten yet. And then we're going to take and cut off our excess on our zip tie. Fiddly cables are fiddly. Let's see here. Okay, now we need to find our Core One parts and the printed part, our PSU cover.
You know, I was told this is called the Prusa One because there's only one of everything. But why is there so many cables when there's only supposed to be one of everything?
There can be only one. I am Connor MacLeod of the Clan MacLeod. Okay, so let's get these back in, but we need some M3x10s, which are in this, should be in this bag. Here's our M3x10s. We're going to put all the rest back in here. Let's see here. Someone named Maria won the Voron. Down under, my Irish accent's better. Yeah. Okay. Okay, well, it's saying do not remove the screw from the PSU board. Or actually, no, it's saying remove the screw from the PSU board. Let me turn this real quick so I can see. Okay, so there's one in the corner there.
I know you're saying the music's a bit loud. What how does everyone else feel? Is it loud? Should I turn it down a little bit? Good.
Okay. So we've got our screw removed. It is the screw that's down in this corner right over here. And then they're saying to take this and to make, I'm going to need to actually turn this so I can see, because they're giving us very specific instructions on, hey, make sure this thing is not covered.
Also, I find this poll very interesting. You know, when I first started it, when it was just a few votes, it got all the way up to 10, and it was, 90% yes, 10% no. Now they're letting it go on a little bit longer. It's kind of going back the other way. That's interesting.
Actually, we're going to undo that because right now that cable is actually crossing over one of our others, so I'm going to reroute that here real quick. Let's see here. Caleb! Ah! Another Florida man. Yep. Caleb, both myself and RJ are Florida streamers. Flashlight. I still say we just need to sit here and get all the 3D printing enthusiasts. We get you all moved down to Florida. We find some empty land somewhere, and we just make a 3D printer community.
Down Under and John Doe. I turned the music down a little bit. Let me know if that's a better volume for y'all.
Caleb, if you want to hang out and talk and hear some of the things that we've gone through, because both RJ and I just started this streaming thing ourselves. You know, my Discord link is in the description. No, down under, it's not communism. We don't share anything. It's just everybody has to have a 3D printer.
Comrade.
Caleb, they actually have made a concrete printer, and there actually is a 3D printed house in Florida. I will say, based on, like, when it first came out, it was like, oh, this is so cool, but there have been some issues with it. So it's cool, but I don't think we're quite at the point of 3D printed houses yet. Okay, so we need 2 of these M3x10s. And what we're doing now, they do as a safety precaution, is there's a little cover that goes over the terminals on the power supply to make it so, since this thing's exposed, little tiny fingers can't get in there. Or stupid big fingers. Yep, so they're still working on getting these 3D printed houses going. I'm pretty sure one day we will see them. But we're not quite there yet. Okay. That's one end. All right. There were a little protective cover so that way we can't accidentally shock ourselves. Hey, more gummy bears. So I get 5 more gummy bears. There are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. James?
Yeah.
Would you like a gummy bear?
Thank you.
I'm all set, thank you, though.
James, Mad Dog is requesting you hit that like button. Yeah, you guys, you know, believe it or not, the like button does help. It sits here and gets our stream out to others so they can sit here and enjoy it like you guys are. Okay. So, that's the next chapter done. And we're about only an hour and 45 in. I think we can keep going. Ah! Well, you guys were saying make sure we get the heater bed in. I think we're going to be getting the heater bed in. Okay, so we need... I need to find the heater bed, but we also need the heat bed red cable and the heat bed black cable. Which are these two cables right here. So we do not need the filament sensor cable yet. I can go aside. I've got to find, where's this parts and hinges package? Ah, that's going to be this one, isn't it? Yep, that's going to be this one. There's our heater bed. Now this is a heater bed. I don't mind installing in. Let's see here. Enjoy. Oh, Down Under Maker, you're saying you're not enjoying my stream? Let's see here. Okay. Reserved peanut M&Ms and peanut butter cups. John Doe, I don't get that reference.
Are you not hearing me?
No, I'm not.
I don't see it.
Okay, so we need some M3x10R screws. Just make sure I don't have those accidentally pulled out already. M3x10RT screws. I actually did have those pulled out already. M3NN nuts. M3NN nuts. Okay. And M3W washers. Okay. Let's... Miko, how you doing? The only good peanuts are in satay. I'm going to sound ignorant. I don't know what satay is, Down Under Maker. Oh, sorry about that, guys. Okay, we're going to take our bed out. And then what they're saying, it's important, connect the power cable correctly before you start the assembly. Have the look at the pins. One of these says ground, and that's connected to the back black wire. So take both of the heat bed cables and we want the end that does not have the sticker on one side. So you can see one side has sticker, one side does not. We want the side without the sticker. Okay, so satay is a peanut butter and coconut cream based curry. You can spice with chili or curry. But curry is ghetto. You know, I am a big fan of curry, but there are so many different kinds of curry. Okay. So this is saying take the black wire and we're going to attach that to our ground. Use the end of the cable without the QR code. Note the position of the cable terminal on the lug nut. So they're wanting us to do it. So let me stand up here real quick. If you notice, there is like a flat back here and then a drop on the other side. You want it so that the drop, it looks like, yeah, it's facing towards the bed. Okay. So we need one of our M3 round washers. And then our M3 by 10 RT. So it's going to go through the washer and then through the Torx. The funny thing is they show it going that way, but when it's that way, it does not go down all the way to the bed. So I have a feeling that is actually wrong. And we actually do want the flat side there, so that way it's actually making contact. Yep, so their image is wrong there with the way the screw has to go. Depending on where you live, the cost of living can greatly differ. We've got some places out here in Florida that you can sit here and be making, you know, $12,000 a year and be perfectly fine. Then we have some places where if you're making $12,000 in a year, you can't afford to buy anything. Okay, so we have that. I need to find the wrenches that this thing came with. Strong magnets are strong. There's our wrenches. Okay. That side. We're going to go and get this thing started here. But then after we get it started, we're going to take our cable and kind of straighten it out. So we're holding that cable straight so that way when we tighten this down, it's coming straight off the bed. There we go. So you can see our cable coming straight out. And now it's saying do the same thing with the red cable. gonna grab our screw, our washer. So Miko, you make less than a screw. You know, I think school teachers a lot get the short end of the stick. For everything they do for us, they don't get paid nearly as much as they should. Now, I don't know if it's the same over in your neck of the woods down under, Amigo, but over here, yeah, they definitely get the short end of the stick when it comes to reimbursement. And they think that it's okay to make that reimbursement low because they get all these tax write-offs. Because they're having to buy equipment for their students so they can just write it off. Oh, uh-oh, down under, you having some soggy filament? Okay, now what they're saying actually is we don't want those cables directly straight off. They're saying actually to angle them in slightly. We are just going to loosen our ground, angle that one in, and tighten it back up. Okay, so our give me back my box cutter. So our cables are now attached to the heater bed. Okay, so we need to find some new parts here. So we have to go to our printed parts box. And we need the bed cable cover bottom. The Core One has fairy floss billowing in the draft from the part cooler fan. I don't see any cotton candy in there. Let's see. Caleb, I would definitely agree that they are treated a lot like babysitters here in the States. Okay, so this is our bed cable cover bottom. And then we need some M3N nuts. So we don't need the M3N in, we just need M3N. M3N. Which it looks like the difference is that the M3NN have the locking nuts, the Nylox locking nuts, and the M3Ns are just regular nuts. I was gonna say, down under, I can't remember. It's fairy floss for you guys. Is that cotton, what we call cotton candy, or is that dental floss for your teeth? I can't remember which one it is. Okay, that's 2. We're just putting the nuts into the cutouts here. So those are all in now. Cotton candy, okay. There are so many different names. Like, I think the French translation for what cotton candy is probably the funniest, because if you translate it to English, it translates as daddy's beard. Which is just, it's like, how does anybody find that to be appetizing? Yeah, let me go eat daddy's beard. Okay, so they're saying with this, we take this, and that goes like so. Slide that up, and then we need our M3 by 10 RTs. We need another one of those. And that is going to screw into the plastic to hold this thing onto the bottom of our bed. Let's see here. About to take 3 beagles to the vet solo. Yeah, I'm definitely going to wish you luck on that one. That sounds like there's going to be a lot of Bane involved. They can be quite vocal. Okay. All right, so we've got that connected. I have the strangest feeling. Oh no. I'm glad I didn't say what I thought the feeling was going to be. So now we grab a new part. So the heat bed carriage. Our expansion joints found in the electronics package. And this is electronics. Those aren't expansion joints. Those aren't expansion joints. There they are. Oh, those are metal. That's kind of cool. And then we need some M3 by 4R, which I think are, nope, those are RT. Okay. Not in this bag. Rivets don't go in there either. Okay, M3x4R is in here. Let's see here. Okay. Going through M3x4R. So did anybody else besides Raj get to head out to Smurf this year? Okay. I'm gonna rotate that so I get a bit more room here. And this is saying to take our little heater bed, and there's a cutout right here. We want to orient it this way so that there's a flange in the back that's facing up, and that cutout is on the right side. And then it's saying use 8 insert 8 M3x4Rs around the heat bed carriage. Well, there's 9 in here total, so that'll pretty much be all of them. Not a 2.5, so 2.0. So they've circled all those places, so ensure you use the corrective. Do not use the torque screws. The torque screw will not. And it says do not tighten all the way. Leave like a 3 millimeter gap. So it's pretty much, hey, get them started, but that's about it. Make sure that thread bites, but don't go much further than that. You know, I could see it once you start building a bunch of these. You could get pretty fast at building these. They do make it quite simple. I haven't seen anybody in the chat for a bit. Am I still live or?
Yes.
Tightening up those. So yep, so just pretty much get them started, get the threads in there, and that's it. And then we're going to take the expanders. Okay, so people are still here. You know, feel free to chat, guys. Even if you're not talking to me, talk with each other. YouTube, you know, showing the engagement shows that there's interest, and YouTube does like that. Okay, so we just kind of follow that in.
You know, maybe we'll get to a point here where you've built enough of these that you don't even need the instructions anymore. You can just do it by memory.
Well, I don't think I'm going to need to build multiple.
Are you telling me that you don't want a print farm?
I don't know if I could do a print farm. Plus, you know, there's also Grant from 3D Musketeers, who's semi-local, and he's got a big print farm. I don't know if I'm up as far as doing a print farm business. Okay. Yep, all we're doing is taking these, and the wrench just holds them so that they stay at 90 or 45 or whatever they need, so that you can tighten them down. Okay. Yeah, so I agree, Mika. If you have a niche or something, you know, you could do a print farm, but you know, like a West 3D or a Fabrico that has the business where they sell the kits and everything, and you know, sell the printed parts to go along with them. For them, a print farm makes sense. But then again, a lot of them also outsource that to the community and pay the community for stuff like that. So, you know, while I could sit here and get a print farm going and do the printed forward, from what I understand, is it's not marketed towards making money. It's not a good way to like make a living.
Well, I also didn't ask, you know, are you going to? I asked, do you want to?
I mean, I'm going to have tons of printers eventually, but I'd like them all to be different. Everyone has its own, everyone unique. Let's see here. Subcontract for Fabrico, job done. Yeah, I don't know what it's like to get approved for the print it forward, but you know, I'm pretty sure the quality that they're going to want is pretty high, and it has to be done on a Voron. Which I've got a Voron, but it is nowhere near ready to be a printed forward printer yet.
Not yet, anyway.
Okay. Apparently we're getting RGB lights ready. So let's see here. It says it's in the electronics and fasteners. RGB are not in there. They're not in there. Not there. I think I can take the filament samples. The Galaxy Black does look nice though. We can take the samples out. Yep, we are electronics and fasteners, so where are these LEDs? Aha! They're in the box that's in the box. Let's see here. You just realized the large Daffy Duck sitting on top of your 2.4 waddles around while the printer is going. Oh, Mad Dog, you got to take a photo of that now. You got to take a video of that now. Yeah, the printed forward, I think you would, to make anything, you would need scale. And to get that kind of scale, I don't know if there's enough business out there to keep the kind of scale up you would need. Okay, so we need the 166 millimeter version, it says, of the RGB strip, which let me find, where did my scale go? What?
That, good sir, is not a scale.
That looks like it's this version. Because from the back of here to the tip of theirs is 166. The blue is the LED. So let's get these kind of wrapped back up together and put back in the box so we know where they are. Let's see here. Filled filaments, as a rule of thumb, compromises the prints structurally. Let's see here. Howie, you said in parts to be approved as a printed forward. Hey, I can say based on what I'm seeing, you've got a pretty well-tuned printer, so I don't know why they would deny you. So. Okay, print and chamber parts, which is this box right here. I seem to be missing. Wick Central, how you doing? Yep, we are doing a Core One kit. Okay, well, this is interesting. I'm apparently supposed to have a part in this package that almost looks like a metal piece, but I don't see it in here. That's our rail that is sleeving. There's nothing tucked in there. Yep. Okay. So where did this piece go? Yeah. So Core XY and hinge is where the diffuser is supposed to be. So there's the diffuser. No, it's not in that box. Let me double check and see if maybe it was packaged in.
According to Wick Central, they say to look at the comments, and looking at the comments, it looks like it might be in the printed parts box.
Aha! If it's in here, that's going to be stupid. But I will say, if it's in here, I will definitely say thank you, Wick. Looking for a part. One tiny little part. I guess it's not that tiny. Oh, that's for the next extruder. That's the top cover for that. I'm not seeing it in that box either. One. Well, this is going to be upsetting if I'm missing a part, missing a piece. Okay, let's look. After electronics, it's not in that box. Aha!
So it looks like it might have been in the printed parts box, but you already took it out.
Found the piece.
While you're there, it looks like the spacers might be in a different spot as well.
Okay. So it's saying the spacers are supposed to be in the fastener package, but there are different size spacers in the bag, small parts and fasteners. The thick ones are required here, not the thin ones. Well, here's small parts and fasteners.
Man, these comments are great.
Well, that's useful. Small parts and fasteners. And I see what they mean by the thick and the thin. There's... I'm going to pull both of those out. Give me a second here. I'm only going to pull out one of the thinner ones. All right, let me stand up here so I can show you guys. So if that's what they're talking about, there is the thick one and the thin one. You know, we're going difference between, what is that, like 2 mil and 5 mil? So if anybody else is building this, you need the thicker ones. Yeah, cool. 6 by 5 mil. I'm scaring myself. I'm always been good at metric, but I'm actually being able to look at stuff and see, and was able to go, hey, that's about 5 mil. Hunting down part. Be very, very quiet. I'm hunting parts.
I do not like how you said parts.
What?
Just putting that out there.
Oh. Okay, and then we need some M3 by 10 RTs. Which I think, yep, I already have those out. And more zip ties.
I didn't mind most of the Elmer Fudd stuff, but I did not like how he said parts.
The part's a hard one for Elmer Fudd. Because he's got, I forget what the term is, but it's where you replace your R's with W's. That's becoming more and more common.
LA?
What? LA? Okay. Okay, so now we need to take... Let's see here. Some of your RTS fell off the table. Do not lose them. Oh, some of my parts fell off the table? I'm not seeing any parts of the that are on the floor. But the good thing about me recording this is I can kind of see if parts. I can go back later and look to see about parts. Now a part fell on the floor, and that is one of those spacers I need. And there it is. Oh yeah, there's a few screws. They're all the M3s. Okay, so this we are now going to flip over. And again, we're using that rectangular cutout for this. Yeah, I know, Miko, I sat here and I was really big into physics and science for a while, so metric kind of got in there. And then I went to programming, which programming in metric is so much easier when you have to do things like that. John, how you doing? We are working on building a Core One Plus, yeah, the Plus kit. So with the extra add-ons. And your buddy just got done building his Prusa. Hey, I can say it's been a very enjoyable experience so far. Okay, so they're saying take our LED strip and carefully peel off the back. Where is this thing going to go? It's going to go in the back, on the back here, in between these two screws. So this is going to be fun. We're going to get our underglow put on here. Now, I'm going to reverse this because one trick that I learned doing different things is if you do it upside down from the way you expect, you tend to actually get a straighter adhesion. We are right in between the two. And actually about 4 or 5 millimeters up. And they are saying, make sure that this cable goes to the right side. And now they're saying take our LED diffuser strip and place that on top here. According to the beveled edges. And then we're going to place our 2 spacers on these little holes here. So there's 1 spacer. Uh-oh. Nope, there it is. There's our other spacer. Let's see here. Miko, have fun. Thank you for stopping by. Okay. On both sides of the status cover, peel off the protective layer. Now, are we going to get a satisfying peel here or no? What do you guys think? Ooh, I don't think this is going to be very satisfying. This is very sticky. Oh. 1 peel. Okay, just working on getting the back side of this other peel up. And that was a much better peel. Much easier. Okay, so one of these sides is glossy and reflective. One of these is matte, and it is saying to take note of which side is matte. So they want you to attach this with the matte side facing up. And we're going to grab our M310R Torx. And it is giving us a warning to not over tighten these because you are going, it is plastic, so I'm just getting this lined up now. Let me grab one of my tiny hex drivers. Let's see here. Yeah, Caleb, that was a pretty, those were pretty nice peels. And this time, yeah, an Ugga, but no Dugga. Yeah, we're good there. Okay, now we need to get some zip ties. And feed these up through the zip tie holes. So there's one. And two. I feel like the owl from the Tootsie Roll Pops commercials. A one, a two, a three. Yes, I watched too much TV as a kid. Oh, who am I kidding? I watch too much TV now. Okay, so that's our 3 zip ties. And it's going to have us guide the RGB cable up through them.
Actually, yes, Down Under Maker. I do get that fairly often. In fact, I was driving just yesterday down a one lane each way type road that has a speed limit of 60. I was going 64 in a 60. And someone in a Ford Explorer decides, hey, I don't like that he's already going over the speed limit. So I'm going to slow down so that I can go around him at about 102 miles an hour. If I wasn't already speeding, I would have sped up before he had the ability to get in front of me, and he would have absolutely died. But unfortunately, I don't want a speeding ticket.
Yeah, James and I both drive for work, and so unfortunately, if we get a speeding ticket when we're not on the clock, that can actually affect our job. Because we have to keep a very clean driving record. So because of that, we actually know how to use our turn signals. Which I can say is not common in Florida.
Another weird thing about Florida drivers is, and I really don't understand this one, a lot of them seem to think that it's okay to do a U-turn on a red light. I don't get it.
I don't know that one either. And I'm a native Floridian. Okay, we need to grab our printed parts box again.
I think most people are just out of blinker fluid.
They need to go find the elbow grease. Okay, Core One bed mount is what we need. Heater base assembly. Back assembly.
It's also fun when there's a very clear sign saying, hey, you can't turn on red here. Because
Bed and
sometimes
base assembly.
in the US, if you're turning, for us right, for you guys it would be left, for those who drive on the correct side of the road, unlike us. Sometimes in the US, you can turn right on red unless it says otherwise. However, because that is a thing that you can do in some places, people love to turn right on red even when it's posted not to.
Well, that requires them reading, and reading is cannot be taken for granted. The ability to read cannot be taken for granted in the US anymore. Uh-oh. James, I think Mad Dog has sent you a present in the Discord stream chat that I can show you after stream. Let me move this keyboard that I keep hitting. Okay, so we have those. Now we need to find these LM8UU bearings.
Yeah, so how you drive in Chicago. I think I told you all how I went on vacation to New York a few weeks ago at this point, the beginning of January. And to get around most of the time, it's easiest to take an Uber. My word. Driving in New York City, I can't think of a more stressful place. Like, I've driven around New York, like the state, but the city is the worst thing I have ever seen.
Okay. We need M3 by 10s. Let's see here. We also need M3N nuts. We've got those. Those look too long. Yeah, those are 18. Those are M36. You do say M310s. M312Rs. Those are M2s. M3. No, where are my M310s? That's M36. M325.
And that's the thing. Like, I've driven around cities before. It's just that New York City is such a different beast from any other city in the US that I've been to.
M310. And then we need the M3NN nuts. We need the nylock nuts. There's the nylock nuts. Okay. Now we get to find it. Okay. So now it's place the bearing within. So believe it or not, that's actually the printed part they show does not match the markings that I have on my printer, on my printed part, because they show LB8, but I have LE2. But all of these are E2, and this is what came out of the print bed box. Okay.
Don't forget, look at the comments.
I'm looking through, so it does not say. Let's see here. As per the comments on the Core One, not Plus kit, the correct orientation of the mount exactly in the picture. You have to push the mount over the bearing, so the bearing goes in from the underside. And then we just need to open this up a bit because there is a kind of lip in there to lock this thing in, and they are saying to get like a flathead or something and get it in there so you can spread it apart. I don't know if I have a flathead readily available. Yeah. Let's see if this is thin enough that I can get it. There we go. So that's in there, and that locks it in tight. Let's see here. Driving in Perth isn't for the faint of heart. Western Aussies can't merge for poop and have no idea what the turnstile. That sounds like Florida as well, or actually most of the drivers in the US. So,
Yeah, people in the US can't merge. That is, unless they're at a Chick-fil-A drive-thru.
and you want to see an American driver go crazy? Throw a roundabout at him. There we go. That's nice and locked in there. That's not going anywhere. Okay.
Speaking of driving, I've actually been watching a fair bit of Australian police TV. It's really funny watching some of those drivers. No matter where you go, there's terrible drivers. It's just more fun for me when they're Australian.
Okay, so now we need to take some M3N nuts, and those slot in to the side here.
Just watching all those people driving Holdens just going straight over
So do that on the
the
left.
curb is so funny.
they're saying rotate the ball bearing so that way you're getting the X. So you can see the bearings kind of down in there. Let me stand up and see if I can get a good view for you guys. I don't know if you can see those, but we want the bearings aligned here and here, not in line with this. So that way, as it's riding along the rail, it's setting on 2 of those bearings and not just one.
It's also just funny to me how whenever they get caught doing some terrible driving, whether it be going over curves or going, 40 kilometers over the speed limit, it's hilarious how their answer is almost always, oh, my foot slipped or my hand slipped. Like, I don't know how smart you are, but clearly it's not smart enough to realize that that's just not gonna work.
Okay, so we're just tightening these, and then this is kind of acting as a set screw to just hold that bearing in place once you get it positioned correctly. That's all that this is acting as. So you want to tighten it down so it can't really move around. And that is, yep, M3x10, so it does stick out a bit. And then we're going to do it all over again for the right side. Havoc, nothing is printing on the Voron at this moment. I pivoted the project over to this one so I can get a printer up and working so I can print out the necessary pieces to do the modifications, because while I know there are plenty of people out here in the community that are very helpful and kind and will send the parts if I ask, I'd like to be able to print those parts myself. So we're getting this one up and going so we can work on the Voron. Let's see here. Caleb, they added one near the beaches, and oh my god, the traffic is nuts. Oh yeah, for the roundabout? Yep. Is that a Chick-fil-A or a roundabout? Because either way, I can see the traffic becoming nuts. Yeah, I know that there's near one of the major cities by us, there's a Chick-fil-A that's right off of a major street, and you get by there during lunch and don't expect it to make it through that. It's a 3-lane road, and if you are in the far right lane, you're going to be stuck in that lane for at least 30 minutes. Yeah, down under vet bills can definitely hurt a wallet. Okay, so we're just inserting 4 of these M3 in nuts into the 4 holes that we have here. I can say I am hoping that the parts for my new studio that we need to get that up and going come in soon, because it'll be nice to have the bigger area, not having to cut off certain camera angles, and
and being able to talk so that Penguin can hear me.
And getting rid of the wood paneling.
Hey, I like the wood paneling. It's an aesthetic. You know, we were talking about what we should cover those walls with in the new studio. Maybe we should just get some wood paneling, and it can be just like it is now. Like I said, an aesthetic.
This is what I have to put up with. Okay, so Papa, I can say, to me, what's wrong with it is my grandparents built their house from scratch in the 40s or 40s or 50s, and their entire house was decked out like this.
Well, Havoc, maybe I am your grandmother, okay? You don't know.
Okay, so we have this little piece, which 2 more of those nylock nuts went into.
No, it is not real wood. I never would have that kind of money. If I had this much wood just lying around, I'd sell it and buy a new house. In case y'all are out of the loop, wood is freaking expensive right now, just like everything, but especially wood.
Okay, so it's having us flip this over again. So these are at the bottom. Finding actual wood paneling, Papa, yeah, is hard to find and expensive. Getting it in a laminate, no problem. That's cheap. Yep. Hey, David. Yep. So it did come in. So as long as we're going to be doing this build, I'm going to be wearing this shirt.
I just hope you wash it.
I can say, if anybody gets a chance to get a Prusa shirt, whether it be at one of the rep festivals or anything like that, it is worth it. They're actually a really nice shirt. They are.
See, I threatened to steal it, but he said no.
No, it is a nice shirt. It is my shirt. Okay, so on our right hand side, this kind of goes up here, and then we need some M3x10s. Yeah, this is actually a very comfy shirt. So yeah, I definitely told James he's not allowed to have it. So James is going to be making me buy some of the LTT blanks so we can get custom shirts printed on those. So I think he's going to win as well. He's going to get free LTT shirts.
They are indeed some of the most comfortable shirts I have worn ever.
Okay, so we're just tightening these up. I will say that is nice. Prusa does a very good job with their printed parts. They just kind of slide in and fit perfectly. David, the print is actually going very well. We've got the back panel on, we've got the face. Yeah, the build's going very well. We've got the back panel on, we've got the base on, the base together. We are working on putting together the bed assembly now.
Although I'm sure he doesn't need to explain to you what we're doing. I'm sure you know it like the back of your hand.
And we did find that there was one place where we had to use the comments to find a piece because but at the same time, I think I might have just pulled it out of a box at some point because I was going crazy trying to find the panel that goes over, not the light diffuser, but the one that goes over that. And I think I just pulled the bag out from where it was supposed to be. That nut did fall out. So I can say I am not sure. In the comments, it had said that they found it in the printed parts box, but mine, I think I had pulled the bag out at some point, so I was going crazy looking for it. But it does look like an actual bag that would have been in the correct box. So I think that was my bad. That was where we went kind of crazy. Okay, so we've got the two bed mounts in. Okay, for the following steps, please prepare M312BT. M312RT, don't need that one. The package, but it's saying the package being noted as M312CT, which that's what this one does. So we need M312BT or M312CT. M312CT, there we are. M34BT, which is not in that bag. Not in that bag. M34BT is in this bag. Or it should be in this bag. Power terminal, there we are. M34BT. And then the spacer, which is found in the Nextruder assembly package in the electronics box. So here's our electronics box. And we need the Nextruder assembly bag. which is right here, and I see our long spacer. Let's see here. So, Caleb, I do have pets. I have 2 cats. Their names are River and Hera. River is named after 2 different rivers. River Song from Doctor Who and River from Firefly. She was our first cat. And then Hera was our second cat, and she is named after Hera Syndulla from Star Wars. Because when I say that cat was a rescue, I literally rescued her from the middle of the road and rescued her in a Star Wars shirt. And she was so young, her eyes had not changed colors yet. And a car had hit her, broken her back. We took her to the vet. Vet kept her overnight. Said that, you know, hey, he didn't see any internal bleeding, that her back was broken, but she was young enough that he's seen kittens that young rebuild their nervous pathways so they can sit and, you know, be fully functional. This cat walks around, runs around everything now. So, Caleb, my partner is the brown coat. I'm the Star Wars fanboy. We're both huge Dune fans. That's Dune.
Heck, maybe we'll bring them to the new studio, and maybe one of these days you'll get to see at least one of them. Maybe both of them.
River, you might be able to see. Hera is the literal definition of a scaredy cat.
But maybe. We'll try.
Okay, so our spacer goes on like so, onto the middle of the bed. Let's see here. Abdelharam Mansuliman. That is a very interesting name. I could say we have quite a bit of people here that do have experience with 3D printers. People come in here all the time and asking for help. What, you know, if you do have questions, what kind of things are you looking to print? What are you looking for in a 3D printer? Okay, let's get all this stuff detached from the magnet. We're now saying to put our heat bed onto the printer. Armor also makes a very good point. You know, I can sit here and make a recommendation to you. He can make a recommendation to you. Down Under Maker can make a recommendation to you. All of us can make it for you. But don't take what any of us say for granted or just as the definitive. You know, use it as I'd say a stepping stone. You know, we can get you pointed in the right directions, but then you really do want to do research on it. Because, for instance, I've got a friend that's printing on an A1 Mini. He's printing miniatures on one, of all things. But that is working for him. He's actually quite enjoying it. But for most people, I'd recommend going for miniatures. I'd sit here and go with a resin printer, but at the same time, resin has a bunch of toxic chemicals and things of that nature, so it's not for everyone. And the cleanup is a pain. Let's see here. Armor, you might be a little bit biased there on the Prusa, but they do make a good printer. They've been in the industry for a while now. And, you know, the kit that I'm building is a Prusa kit. But they make printers that come pre-assembled. Bamboo Labs has their reputation. They do make a kind of set it and forget it printer. Creality has been in the business forever. Elegoo, the Centauri Carbon, has a really good bang for the buck.
Armor, on that comment, as someone who doesn't know that much about 3D printers, I am curious. Is the reason you repair the Bamboo Labs A1 and the A1 Mini the most because it's the ones that break down the most, or is it because it's usually the ones that have the owners that don't know or want to fix them?
All right, I'm gonna go a bit silent here real quick. I'm just working on lining up everything here.
I had a feeling that was the case down under, but might as well ask.
Let's see here. Let's see here. We're looking for something user-friendly. Yeah, I could say user-friendly. Prusa and Bamboo are both pretty user-friendly. These having not used a Bamboo myself, I could say the support and everything that I've seen behind Prusa is really nice. Let's see here. But yeah, you know, the Anycubic Cobra, they've got a pretty solid printer. The Creality K series, from what I've heard, are pretty solid. But yeah, as Armor said, user-friendly and bang for the buck. Nobody beats the Centauri Carbon right now. And Armor, I can't say about Bamboo, but I can definitely speak to Creality. Yeah, their support has been terrible, especially once they come out with a new printer. Like, as soon as they came out with the Ender 3 V3, the Ender 3 V2, which was a very popular printer, completely disappeared from their website. So even finding stuff for it can be a nightmare. So but yeah, if you want like long-term support, down under you fell into the old IT trap. You showed some knowledge with it, and now you're the guy. Yeah, I can say, having built this kit right now, it's letting me really learn how this thing goes together. If there is a problem, I'm going to know, you know, exactly where a part is, how it's connected up, and everything. So I am a fan of kits, but it's not for everyone. Sometimes you just want a printer that you can just take out of a box and go. And you know, the printer that we're building here, you can buy pre-assembled. They will pre-assemble it to you for you and send it to you. So, and this will get you going with pretty much most of them, almost any material you want. But as far as the other brands, you know, Creality is one I can speak to as far as support. I can't really speak to any others except for what I've heard from other people, because I do not have one of those yet. Yep. Armor 3D makes a very good point. Unless you are very mechanically inclined, get used to a printer first that just comes in a box, and then go on to build. And you know, then that can bring you into, hey, I want to do an upgrade or something. So you learn how to do those, and then you can sit here and build your own one day if you want. Okay. So we're just going to make sure that we are torqued down. So then we're going to go out to the edges. That one's good. That one's good. That one was a little loose. That one's good. And now we're going to go to the corners. All right. Let's see here. You just fix the extruder on an H2C with it was a service nightmare. I've seen a lot of people having issues with the new H extruders. Heck, I think 3D Musketeers just showed one with the I think it was the H2D, where they got a giant blob of death on it. And even he was like, don't even bother with this one. You know, just get a whole new hot end at that point. That's why I like to say Bamboo are the iPhones of the 3D printing world, David. They sit here and, you know, a lot of times when they work, they do kind of just, hey, open it up, go through the steps, you're printing. But when you need something out of them to like fix them or anything, they get to be a nightmare. Okay, so now we need more M3x10s, which I believe are these. Yep. These are M3x10s. We need this. And then we need the textile sleeve, which is found in the electronics and chambers parts. So that is our cable sleeving.
You know, I'm okay with that being an insult to Apple. I'll insult them all day, every day.
I mean, armor. I'm an Android user, so though I will say the new MacBooks are looking nice. Okay, so we have to pull this RGB strip through the cutout. So that square cutout that we've been using this entire time for our reference point is actually the place where our RGB comes through. Then it wants us to take the nice thin cables, and we're routing them through the channel there. And then after that, all the other cables get routed.
I love Apple's hardware. I just can't for the life of me wrap my head around the things that they do with a lot of their software. I also can't wrap my head around how people think an iPhone is easier to use than an Android. Like half the time when I have to use an iPhone, whether it be for work or it be me trying to fix something on, you know, a friend's phone, I can't, there's no back button. Like I was doing something on an iPhone today, there was no back button on the app itself. There was no sliding from the side of the app, from the side of the phone. There just wasn't one for some reason, because Apple knows best. Again, I love their hardware. It is the best Samsung phone around, the iPhone.
Okay. So I'm going to try to get this on screen for you guys. We've got all these cables.
I really don't think it is more intuitive than Android. I think that if you were to give someone who has never had a smartphone, but they knew technology, like a computer, for example, I strongly feel that they would pick up an Android quicker than an iPhone. Obviously, that's really hard to test that in today's world, where everyone has had some smartphone in their life.
Okay, so we're just working on getting this sleeving. around our cabling.
Yeah, that's the other fun thing, is how the US is pretty much only iPhone, but the rest of the world is majority Android. I don't know if the 80 and 90% there are, completely accurate, but it does definitely feel that way at the very least. Unfortunately for us in the US, the rest of the world has the benefit of, hey, we use this one app for literally everything. The US doesn't have that.
Okay. So the sleeving kind of tucks down into our little housing. And then this kind of sandwiches everything together. Okay, so we need two more M3 by 10s.
Again, I have no issues with people using an iPhone, and that's totally fine. Like I said, I love their hardware. It's just, personally, I don't think that A, it is more intuitive than Android, and B, I don't like it for myself. But that doesn't mean I'm not saying people should not use, an iPhone. Like I said, it's great hardware. I do like it.
Okay, first. Gonna get the one side started. We're gonna move on to our other side, get that one started before we start tightening down.
To me, the iPhone versus Android thing is actually really similar to CPUs for computers in the past few years or so. Like, everyone was always Intel fanboy, and if you ever used an AMD, you were, wow, how dare you go against the grain. And now it's pretty much the reverse, right? But then again, while the AMD right now has amazing processors, there's no doubt about it, they're great. And I use most of my computers in my house are AMD. That's not to say that an Intel chip is bad right now. Like, they are still very amazing processors.
Except for those ones that are frying themselves.
And from what I understand, that's not even a hardware issue, really. That's a microcode issue, which is more or less software.
Okay, so we're just working on getting the sleeving around our cable. So from what I've heard, the new Intel processors are actually looking pretty amazing.
But to me, again, going back to the processors, or whether it be iPhone versus Android, I really don't think that me, or really anyone, should care about, being loyal to a brand. Like, I'm not loyal to Google, I'm not loyal to Samsung, I'm not loyal to Apple, I don't care. I just want the best one. I just want the best thing that I can get at that time. For me. And I don't care who makes it, to be completely honest with you. As long as it does what I want, I don't care who makes it. And of course, that goes for a lot of things. This phones and processors are just a good way to talk about it. Although, yeah, I will definitely say that the Windows phones were a struggle, that's for sure. And down under, I have unfortunately never had the ability or the devices to ever try the Nokia, OG firmware.
Caleb, no, this is not printed. It is a fabric. Well, a nylon almost. So it's plastic, but it's not printed plastic. It's just really wants to stay in this curled position. We've got that all in the rest of our sleeve. Okay, so we have one of the trapezoidal Z-axis nuts that came in that bag where the Z motor washers were. And then 2 trapezoids are in the motor set package. So let's get our motor kit box. There's one of the trapezoids, and there's the other one. So we have all 3 of those. And then we need 6 of the M3 by 18s.
Actually talking about phones for a second, how many of you, if any of you, have heard of this OS called Graphene OS? So for those of you who may or may not have heard of it, Graphene OS is basically a stock Pixel OS without Google, with added privacy. It is as Airbone's OS for Android as you can get. And it used to be the only way you could use that OS is by owning a Pixel phone and, flashing it on there. However, the reason I bring it up is because something really cool that Motorola, of all people, did is they announced that they're having a partnership with the Graphene OS team, and they're going to start releasing phones with Graphene OS pre-installed.
All right.
Which is really, really cool. Because again, it's all Graphene OS is about privacy. It doesn't have Google, it doesn't have location services by default. It's cool.
Our motor spacer goes here, and it is saying to make sure that the holes in the spacer are parallel to the motor head screws. It does go kind of upside down, so there's if you look here, there's kind of a slope. Let me stand up and show you. You can kind of see there's a slope here. That is actually going down. At least according to the pictures.
And down under, maybe graphene will fail. I don't know. No one knows. No, we're not going to know until we get there, right? Until it happens. The only thing I can say is, I hope it doesn't.
Okay, so then this sits here and go. Good night, David. Thanks for stopping on by. Okay. We're just going to put that all the way down. The other thing it is letting us know is make sure that that heater cord cable is coming. If you're looking at this side, make sure it's going towards the right. All right, so it's saying we're going to manually thread our trapezoidal nut onto the rear. And then align the holes on this with that of the carriage spacer. So we're going to make sure that there's 2 holes to the left and right of the threaded rod.
Now, John Doe, unless I missed something or I misread something, I don't think that's the case. I'm pretty sure you can still relock the bootloader after you've installed Graphene OS. Again, I absolutely could have missed something or have just misread it in the first place, but I'm pretty sure you can.
All right, and for those that didn't see, apparently RJ and Armor are switching days. So Armor usually streams on Tuesday, but now I guess RJ is going to do that, and Armor is going to take Monday tomorrow, just for this week.
Correct, yeah, you have to unlock it to install it, but then you can lock it back after. Is what I was led to believe anyway.
Okay, so what we have to do here now is we are going to take the M3x18s. Those are going to go down through. It is saying that if you want to make sure that everything's aligned, you can take an Allen key.
Regardless of whether that's the case on when you're installing it on a Pixel, the cool thing is theoretically that shouldn't be the case on the Motorola's because it's going to be pre-installed on the phones. So, theoretically, it should be able to be locked from the factory.
Okay, in theory, if I got everything lined up properly, these should be tightening in. But I don't know if they are, so I might not have gotten everything lined up properly. Yep, I did not get everything lined up properly.
And again, John Doe, I could be completely wrong. I'm just kind of reading here on the side while paying attention to 5 other things. It does say that, you know, anywhere from a Pixel 6 up to the Pixel 10, Pixel 10 line, they have the keys to verify the boot hash so you can relock it. Again, I'm just kind of reading here on the side, so, you know, I don't take anything I'm saying here for any gospel truth or anything like that. Anyway, I digress too much. This is a stream about what do we do here? Printers?
Printers in Linux.
Yeah, well, to be fair, Android is a Linux.
Yep. That's why I didn't stop you talking about it.
Stop me talking about it. You ain't gonna stop me talking about anything. Just like I don't stop you.
Okay.
And again, John Doe, I haven't done it myself, but apparently there is an option to do that now, where you can use secure apps on it, such as your banking apps.
Okay. Well, this has been fun. This has been very fun. That little spacer. We're going to do it a different way. I'm just trying to get everything lined up here. I think we've got it lined up. All right. Let's see here. Can't be a free printer with the cost of some expensive gummies. Yep. Yeah, didn't you know that's the entire thing? That's all I did. I bought some Haribo's. The printer came for free with the Haribo's.
Is that what you're going to tell the SO? Well, that's the thing too down under is with Graphene OS, it isn't really a third OS. Like, you can run any Android app as far as I'm aware, other than a couple secure apps that haven't been tested maybe, on Graphene OS that you can run on Android. Now, to be fair, not all those apps will be super secure, meaning they are as secure as they are on regular Android as they are on Graphene OS, but you can still technically run them without the devs having to do something different, from my limited understanding.
Okay, we got that back one in, and now that we have the back one in, I will say that back one so far has been the worst part of this entire build, because it does not want to sit on top of the screws as you're putting the bed on. And so it's
No, they can't get Google's signing cert for it, but they do apparently have their own that does let you lock the bootloader. And again, that's just what they say. I haven't tried it. Your mileage may vary, as with all things I say. I know nothing. I claim to know nothing.
oh, that's great. Okay. So let's see if these things are biting. which they are not. So the question is am I down far enough? Or did some nuts fall out? I have the strangest feeling.
Is that what he said?
Nuts fell out.
I think that's what he said.
Yep. We're going to do the same thing on this one. We're just going to kind of hold it up so that way I can get it started.
I did not grow up Catholic, thankfully, so I don't have that kind of relationship between a choir boy and a bishop. My goodness.
Okay, that's one. Okay, I'm just trying to get these started. This is probably getting this bed mounted is probably the hardest thing so far on this printer. There we go. We got that one in. And I do apologize. I'm going to kind of turn this away from you guys just so I can get a better view. On here. Okay. Let's see here. Well, Down Under, I think you show a lot of restraint in your streams.
And to be fair, I never try myself to ever offend someone intentionally. However, for the most part, unless it's completely egregious, and I can hear that it's going to be completely egregious up front, I am not going to change how I am. Meaning, if I come up with something that's slightly offensive, something that's not going to get me murdered in a back alley, I'll say. But you know, I'd say it. To be fair, though, most things I think of aren't as offensive as I know some people can be. So I do kind of have that benefit of, although I'm not going to change myself for stream like that. I honestly didn't really need to in the first place, but still. That's one way to put it. I am a voice over top of nothing.
Yeah. Full invisible voice inside my head. Right now, I'm just trying to get this last little screw in. And of course, it is being a giant pain in the butt. And it looks like the nylock screw fell out of that one. That would be why I was having trouble getting the threads to start, because it couldn't find anything to get them started into.
Down Undermaker, I might steal that. Just saying.
Okay. That is our third one in there. Let's get those lowered all the way down. Now, like they wanted it. Okay. So now it's saying we need to find our little rubber grommet that we put in earlier. And it's saying to first guide the LED cable strip through it. Okay, that's gone through it. Then after that, it's the thermistor. And I'm going to take a shot in the dark, and it's going to be the heater bed next. All right. We've got all those in. So what it's saying is we need to push that textured cable out in through the grommet hole, but no more than 1 centimeter. Should be facing through it. So we've got that. We're going to need another zip tie. And our power terminal screws. Which bag were you in? Power terminal. There it is. So we're going to need 2 power terminals. And a zip tie. I have a strange feeling the zip tie is going to go right there. Oh, look, it does. Okay, so we're getting our zip tie in. Parky, so far it's been pretty good, except for getting these locking nuts on. That was a pain in the butt. Okay. We've got our zip tie cut. Okay, let me pick up and rotate the entire printer. Okay, so what it's telling us to do is take our LED cable, and that feeds in through our top grommet over here and goes all the way over.
I think you mean they're going to need an age verification to exist in California. To do literally anything, including breathing, probably.
I mean, my big thing is everything in California is known to cause cancer.
You can do it. Same thing.
Okay, so then the heat bed cables and the thermistor wire go through that grommet as well. And what they're specifically telling us is make sure that the zip ties go over this cable, because I guess they do not want it included in what's going to be zip tied over here at the end. With these cables, we're going to have red on the right, And black on the left. So we're just tightening these things down, making sure they're snug, but definitely not touching because we don't want to short them. And then right next to that is where the heat bed thermistor plugs in. And we get gummy bears. Oh, we get 6 this time. Let's see here. Okay. And we got the heat bed done. And it just hit 11:02. That's going on about 3 hours. We just finished a chapter. We do have quite a few more to go, but 3 hours, I think that is a good stopping point for the printer for the night. James and I are probably going to go watch a movie or something, but then after that, we will be in Discord at some point, or at least I will, because I do that. I finish the stream and I hop on Discord and I just chat with people. So, if you want to come hang out and chat, keep an eye on my Discord. The link is in the description. If you haven't done so already, like and subscribe. It really does help.
And before we close out here, if you're still here, John Doe, I just want to point out I was doing a little bit of reading of the transcript of that video. And then I also was going on Graphene's forums and, looking at, all the information from Graphene OS. While what Google is doing will certainly provide some challenges for Graphene OS, according to the people who run Graphene OS, they have plenty of ways to around it. So basically the long and short of it is we don't need to worry about it. From what I read. We'll see how it actually goes though.
And John Doe, there's a benchy. I have the reserve benchy already out, so anyone who wants a benchy, there's a benchy. But yeah, we did. It is a pretty long build. There's 9 chapters of doing, and definitely after seeing what the next one is, where it's the core XY assembly, I think that's going to be its own stream in itself. Building the it'd still be the gantry. So, other than that, we've been the Penguin Makers, or I've been Penguin Maker. The voice you hear that has no body attached to it is James. And I will say, go make something awesome.